And Ben is just going to jam. Salvatore won't be able to call this one off. We'll deliberate before folding, of course. Salvatore will eventually let it go. The big blind is dressed for the occasion with the dicky bow and all. And he will just raise and take that one down. Anytime that you can do that. Right now you're adding $1 million to your stack, which is very advantageous. Robert raising to 800k, and Rolando has got the ladies. Dems are raising chips to 2,075,000. Now, it looks like Robert wants to see a flop here for this price. And he does out flop Rolando on the ace king 7 flop. It's not going to deter Rolando from betting, and he should just bet small. Yeah, I like that sizing. 1.5 mil. Wants to keep those aces and kings in his range. Maybe we'll get Robert to commit the chips. Turn giving 2 pair to Robert now. Robert will love that card if his opponent had a hand like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. Robert is going to go for value. And he's going for quite large sizing, 4.9 million. I say large sizing, just large sizing in relation to the pot, but it's because if Rolando thinks he is going to have a chop, he's going to call with hands like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. I wouldn't like Rolando to call here. He is capable of making these hero calls. It just wouldn't be the spot to do it. Rolando is going to take his time. 13 million in the pot, 5 million to call, give or take. It's just not going to be ahead here enough of the time to make this a profitable call. See, this is what I was talking about. Sometimes he just has to call to see the bad news. And this is one of those occasions. He loses a sizable chunk of his stack there unnecessarily, in my opinion. Enjoy asks, is the commentator Irish? I am Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit, your broadcaster for the duration of this event. Enjoy says he didn't have to call with queens. Eber says it was a very bad call. Comeback Kid says what exactly he beat with queen. I feel like the Comeback Kid is all there in the chat. Just chimes in every now and again. Always there once they start asking questions about certain hands. Nice to have you with us, buddy. And Joy says, how are those rent apartment prices in Dublin? They are through the roof. What they are. Maybe the widow's attorney will be able to rent something for a year. Yeah, you'd be lucky to get much change out of $2,000, I'd say, per month, per person. You wouldn't be long becoming homeless. You want to be winning a few tourneys, all right. Rondo raising to a mil here for under the gun +1, and Rafael defending in the big with King, Queen of Clubs. Orlando got about 700k here on the ace 3-3, and King Queen will release. Queen will take it down as Enjoy says Ladislav looks like a bully from his high school. You're going to have nightmares tonight now, kid. Rafael is going all in there with the ace-10. Gets the job done. Joy says he can late register into the final table. At least it wouldn't be so silent as now. Well, be careful what you wished for. Sasa raised 2 million with the jacks. And we're going to have action. Orlando with tens. Not really Orlando's way of playing small ball, but because of the exact dynamic line remaining out of position, he is just going to call, and this could spell disaster for Orlando. Both players an over pair. And Rolando is essentially going to commit himself here, raising 2.5 mil. And for Sasa, just deciding whether he wants to call or shove. I think once Orlando has raised us here, we just shove. There's already 6.5 million in the pot. Make much sense to just call. And we're not folding. I wouldn't think so anyway. Whoa. Orlando has somehow got Sasa to fold jacks. I don't know what to say there. I was not expecting to see that. It's not like Orlando has an image where he's not capable of bluffing and he's a rock. could just be a hand that contains hearts. That could be a hand like tens. It could be a hand that contained a 9. It could even be a hand that contained an 8. It could be Jack 10, even though we've lost the Jack. You get the point here. It could be 6, 7. Really giving the Colin credit for 8s or 9s. That's the only thing that makes sense. Orlando getting away with murder for about half the stack there. Back to about 18 million. Ace deuce. Top pair and oh. Enjoy. Another refresh. Sound should be totally fine now. Enjoy. Hopefully that fixed it. Thanks for letting me know. And Salvatore is the shortest stack with 7 big. Sasso with 15. Rafael with 18. Ladislav with 24. Rolando with 37. David with 39. Kingfish with 45. Ben with 45. And way out in front as your chip leader is Robert. Joy asks, was I sitting on my mic? Not quite. Just every now and again. Got to give it a refresh. That's the first time I think I refreshed today. Everyone seemed to be content with the sound until now. So thanks for bringing it to my attention. Ladislav going to raise to 1.325 million with the 9-8 of spades. Robert is going to call with pocket 5s in the hijack. And Ladislav flopping best. $396 all diamonds. Robert is going to call. The 5 of diamonds in his hand. Turn is the 10 of spades. Does get there on the river. King of diamonds rolling off, giving Robert the flush. Now Ladislav has to know he can't really win by checking. Let's see if he decides to turn his hand into a bluff here, but out of position. So many hands beat us. I think it's wise to just check. Looks like Robert is going to bet 750. Didn't expect to see this from Robert. Obviously going for value. Ladislav getting out of the way, and Robert will pass the 40 million chip mark now. A force to be reckoned with. All momentum shifting in that man's direction. It's going to be very hard to take him out. Playing a stack of over 80 bigs now. Blinds have gone up. $250,000 is now the small blind. $500,000 is now the big blind with $500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. This will put significant pressure on the shorter stacks, and the bigger stacks like Robert should be using that to their advantage and putting the foot to the gas even more. Sasa, who is probably reeling in the years there, having folded jacks on a 9 high flop and being shown the 10s, be very hard to come back from that. Needs to remain composed, realize it's not over yet. There's a lot at stake. Yes, he's put his opponent on a set of 8s or 9s, and it did look very strong the way he raised the 2.5 million Rolando from the small blind, but just have to wipe that from your memory. Like in that movie Men in Black. That's gone now. Ladislav is going to bet on the queen 10-4. And now an 8 rolls off. Betting 650. I'm not the biggest fan of this sizing from Ladislav, considering there are so many draws out there. Six bigs for Salvatore. I think he's got a shove here with his ace-8 suited. Does decide to let it go. That's a big pass there, considering the blinds and antes are about to hit him. Looks the dealer to say maybe we should go all in there. Brando will love that turn card, picking up flush draw and straight draw. Look how many outs he has, 14 now. It is Kingfish betting on the Jack 4-7-5 board, betting 750. This board is going to smack the perceived big blinds defending range more so than the opening range of Rolando. He's going to just click it back. Raised 1.5 from Rolando. He is such a scallywag. Expect to see him raise a bit more than that, or just call. But no, for the click back. Kingfish forced to let it go. Mando over the 20 million chip mark now. See, if Salvatore is about to stack off here with 9-7 of clubs, it makes absolutely no sense to do this, considering he could have shoved 6 blinds all in just a moment ago with the ace-8 of hearts. This is the issue I have with making those folds, letting the blinds and antes hit us, and then if we're going to stack off with a worse hand, then not so long later, it doesn't make any sense to me. Queen 5-3 is the flop, and we could have our first elimination of this FT. Turn is the jack of spades. And the river is the 3 of spades, and that is going to do it. Salvatore Giordossi has been eliminated in 9th place, and that means 8 players remaining now. Robert will win another pot and is now paying 44.4 million. Which is good for 88 big blinds. He will take home €6,600 for his efforts, and that means all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €8,600. Heard with one of the comments of the day. Imagine you played for 3 days, fought your way through more than 2,600 players, and then you got eliminated by 10 high. Very funny. Very clever. Ben with kings. The kings of kings in the hijack is going to raise to 1.1 million. And yabba dabba do, it's €600 for the bounty. David, with the two black ladies, is raising to a mil. Sasa is going to go all in from the hijack for 6.1. We might lose another player here because David's not going to be folding queens anytime soon. Sasa needing to get lucky here, just 29% equity to remain in this tournament. David, 71%, 13.5 million in this pot. It's a king out there, ace, king, 7. Turn is the deuce of hearts. River is the 10 of hearts, and that's a big kick in the ghoulies for David Hugh. Massive pot. Would have put him up over 25 mil. As it stands, Sasa will hit the flop. Doubles up. And Kingfish in the cutoff is going to raise with the 10-8 of hearts. King Deuce Deuce is the flop. Orlando is going to defend in the big with Queen 8 of diamonds. That will be the end of that. Rozvadov going to raise to 1.325 mil with ace 8 of hearts. Zilla wants to know how long do they play tonight. They play until the job's done. Until we have crowned yet another champion at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Will go on for quite some time yet. let's not forget we had 2 15-hour streams, maybe even one that was close to 13 or 14 as well in February alone. And we had a couple more in March. So I'm going to bet $1 million with the ace-8 of hearts on the 9-9-4-2 spade. Up. Orlando 3-betting to 3.5 million here on the button with pocket fives, staying active. Wrong man to be doing this against. Robert has all the chips, but will pitch it. Joy says, can't feed my cat with those points. I mean, I don't even have a cat, but he's already starving. Gotta feed your pussy. Mando raised 1.3 in the cutoff with ace jack off suit. Orlando taking down another pot. Robert with the min. Ace 6 of spades. And Ben's going to call here with 10-7 of diamonds. I don't really like this from Ben, although he we are too away from that 10k ticket or a significant K jump. It's not the worst call in the world considering we have a lot of chips, but we are against the chip leader. Just need to be very cautious, continuing on the flop, etc. Spades for Robert on the Queen 8-3. He will check. Ben is going to bet 1.3 million, one and done type deal, unless he picks up some additional equity, I would imagine. 2 diamonds. Robert deciding whether he's going to call or raise. We will see him raise a decent portion of the time. Just go for a raise size of 4 million. And Ben will get out of the way. Well, there he is now. There's me homie, Alan F. Poker in the house. Let's up, dance up, everyone. What's up, Alan? How are things going? If you had so much fun last weekend, you feel free to take over here. No hassle at all. Hope your week is starting well, my friend, and the cash streets are going good. Oh, I forgot you're just back from Italy. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hope you had a good holiday. A few Italianos left at this final table with 8 players remaining. It's been a hell of a day of action. And last night, Alan went from nearly 5 in the morning at King's. He's showing no signs of stopping. 8 still remain. We have Rolando Camaradassi and Bendito Sutera still in from Italy. Rafael is just going to shove all in for nearly 15 bigs under the gun with pocket sevens. Not the biggest fan of the jam. Slav in the small here with King Queen of clubs. This is just going to be too much chips, and he will have to put his hand in the muck. Sevens will take coins and antes down. Orlando staying active here under the gun +1 with the ace-10 offsuit. Joy says, I think 7s with 15 bigs is the best. Well, it's right on the line there, shoving into 7 people with those pairs, 5s, 6s, and 7s. Being called there is disastrous. I see what you're saying. Better than folding, better than raising. I think you could just fold there, or raising doesn't seem great. Maybe with like 10, 11, 12 blinds, I'll shove 7s, but with 15, it seems like overkill. Rafael is going to limp jam over the top of Roberts, bump up with the 9-4 offsuit. I like this play from the small blind. The hand is strong as King Queen suited. Ace-5 of diamonds raising to 1.1 mil. Robert is going to 3-bet from the small blind, 3.5 million with the King 5 of clubs, putting pressure back on Ben. And Ben is going to complete. And King 3 Deuce rolls off. 8 million in this pot. We will have a break after this hand, folks. Robert is going to see bet what looks to be $1 million and change. And Ben is going to call. This pot bloating now to 10 million. Ben just has 15 million behind. Interesting to see what Robert does here. Does he want to bet again? If we are betting again, want to bet somewhere around 3 mil. 2.5. And goes for a bet just over 2. Controlling the size of this pot nicely, but the stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1 as we hit the river. And that is a disastrous card for Robert. He's going to go for the same size again. And Ben struggling not to smile. Absolutely loves this one. What a river they found for Ben here. Ben will shove over the top, and Robert can't call this, even though he blocks the straight. It would just have to be an absurd bluff here by Ben. It's just not going to be the case. Not with what's at stake. We want to be some form of a mental patient to be pulling the trigger here the way the hand is played out without the goods. And he's shoved really fast there as well. Just an indication of strength, in my opinion, more so than a bluff. If he's bluffing, surely he would take longer. As Brody says, hi. Hello, Brody. I will see you after the break, and indeed everybody else. Nearly 9 hours into the stream now. We're going on a break. Still 8 remain. We'll see you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Relatively early position not too long ago, so I think it's mostly just a case of him getting absolute garbage. and I think this
Well,
is probably
this
good
is
again
the end of the
Filippo.
line, I think, for Filippo.
He's going to need to hit a 10.
And Mark with the jacks has him absolutely crushed. Ace Queen, Jack up. I'm putting this in if I'm Jack up. I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't care.
I have to think about how many hands am I dominated by compared to how many do I dominate, and you can imagine that.
Oh boy, hello.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Okay.
Just like that.
What a time
Well,
to
the
find
jacks are
any-
going to fold now. Mark's going to fold the jacks. And Filippo is just hating life at the moment.
Absolute
He knows.
carnage.
I mean, it's crazy stuff, really.
What
Jordan
is happening
is
here?
well, actually, Jordan is the biggest shove, 219. So it's 189 back. It's 15 bigs, right?
So, yeah, they're all on
Mark
the
can afford.
line.
Mark can afford this. He's going to try and convince himself he's up against Ace King, Ace King, Ace Queen.
Yeah, that would be the dream.
I mean, Filippo is just hating life at the moment. He just knows he's
Yeah, but
absolutely
it's like
dead.
my friends are not good here.
He said fold, and can I fold
He did
face
fold,
up?
yeah,
The
very
dealer
good
said, of
fold
course
there.
you can.
Yeah. Ace Queen is in surprisingly good shape here. Probably thought he was close too much.
5 of spades, 3 of hearts, and 7 of clubs. And Filippo is just like going, yeah, this is so typical. Everybody picking up a hand at the table, pretty much everyone. 8 of clubs, not significant at all.
Yeah, the Kings are in great
So,
shape now.
Kings. For Jordan, what is scenario for him? 3 on the river. Nothing too funky happening. Best hand holds. He has both the short stacks covered.
Up with his pocket fours, or will we see him play loosey goosey? That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cutoff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind, check from the cutoff. Turn is the King of Spades. Top pair now for Mohammed, checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight.
Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech. How much value do I think I can get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 42k. Heard it here first. He's gone for full pot. I suppose it's a good spot to go for full pot. A lot of 2 pairs complete on this river. It'll be hard to get away from a hand as strong as King 9. We block straights, which is very important. We have top pair. Would Wojciech check back some diamonds on the flop, and now bet turn and river. Big moment for Mohammed here. That is why the more I actually break this down, I prefer a larger sizing. We are polar. We've got nuts or air. Mohammed containing a 9 in his hand, with his top pair having to pay off Wojciech. Queens for Hostetler. Action 10s for Wojciech. Just with the call. King Jack of clubs for Mohammed in the small blind. Really reluctantly moving his last 46k across the line from the small here.
46,000.
The action back to Hostetler. Is he just going to move all in over the top? Most likely he could just flat. Goes for the flat. And now Wojciech with the decision. But with a stack of his size, we'll most likely just see him call in position. It's 31k into 119.
Something like that.
Unless he thinks Hostetler is just calling
I'm all in.
for the weakish range, he might just move over the top. Decides to move all in. Hostetler has set quite the trap here. It is all in for him to call. And as it stands, as long as Hostetler doesn't fold here, I'm well impressed by the way he's played his queens. Wojciech perhaps could have just call to 31k, but there's so much money to take down pre-flop. If he thinks Hostetler is playing loosey-goosey, which he is, it's a great opportunity for him to take down nearly 100k. So much chitter-chatter happening here at the table. Holy moly, is Hostetler thinking he might not want to call it off here because it's 50 big blinds? I don't really understand. He folds. Absolutely shocked and bewildered with the fold there. Wojciech getting away really, really lightly, and that's all part of running good. Also, things happen when you're running good that don't happen when you're running bad. I know that seems so obvious, but look what just happened here. Wojciech most likely would have been losing half of his stack, 350k of it. And as it stands, it looks like he's going to get about 80k richer. The turn coming to 10 of diamonds.
Nice fold.
Wow.
Nice fold. Nice.
Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Now, Hostetler thinking he is the biggest genius at the King's Resort. He had a feeling some sort of magic at play here.
Now he says to check.
Hostetler folding the queens, saving his tournament. Captain Hindsight out in full swing. He would have lost to a set on the turn. And now he is essentially free rolling. Queen play to absolute perfection.
Alrighty, folks. Hope you enjoyed your break. I was a hand or two late getting back there, reprimanding my dog for pissing on the floor. Anyway, all the time is in the chat says he's back. 8 left, let's go. Small blind is now 300k, big blind is now 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. Still 8 players remaining. Loads and loads of poker left to be played yet before it's all said and done. One of these 8 remaining players will be your champion. Let me know who you want to win in the chat. It's going to be hard to beat Robert. He did take a bit of a hit there at last hand before the break. Or one of the last hands before the break anyway. Two eliminations away from that 10k ticket. Very, very important at this late stage. Getting through a field size of 2,600. You don't want to fall short at this final hurdle for that ticket. Sasa folded those jacks but did double up. Get against the queens. Robert took 2 hits now. Robert raised to 1.2 million with the ace-8 of diamonds and Rolando in the hijack with pocket 6s. And David in the cutoff, 18 bigs. I think his best course of action here is to shove with the ace-queen. It was actually David that took that hit against Sasa, not Robert. My apologies. Robert still playing a nice stack of 36 million. But if he hadn't got unlucky in that river there, it might be a different story. He'd be playing closer to about 60 or 50 anyway. He does go for the 3-bet, non-all in to 7 mil. Robert going to be forced to let this go. Just ace-8 suited. Just posturing up. Doesn't want to make it look like he's folding too quick. And Rolando will be getting out of the way. It's a different story. Will show his opponent and the rest of the table. He's folding 6s. Red Misty says, sorry, Dan, need to sleep. Good luck. Don't apologise to me again for having to leave, Red Misty. God damn it, man. Go get yourself some should-I. Long day. Thanks for dropping by to say hi. Ben, raising to 1.3 mil. Ace Jack of Diamonds. And Robert, gonna just call in the big blind. Think this is his best course of action, considering they're so deep. King, Queen, Queen is the flop. It's gonna go check, check. Double pair board now on the King of Hearts turn. Robert getting counterfeit here. Ben deciding whether he wants to bet or check. Is going to check. And the river. River is the Jack of Hearts. Benedito with the best of it. Both players will check, and Ben will win that small pot. Both players with a straight draw here as they pick up the action on the 9-6-3 king board. Robert with the best end of it. Orlando with the arse end of it. Just 7-5 and spades out there. Just an 8 for a straight. Don't think he wants to be calling a pot-sized bet. But he does call. We will see the river. River is the King of Diamonds. 9 million now in this pot. I'm not sure what size Robert wants to go here. He could even go all in. But I think a smaller sizing to get a 6 or a 3 to fold, it's going to be tough to get someone like Rolando to fold a 9. So I was going to say somewhere around 4 million, 5 million maybe. He goes for 3.1. And this should look like a milky sort of a sizing to Rolando. Obviously can't call with just 7 high. Didier is in the house. What's up, Didier? Nice to have you with us. How much did he win the last time, Didier? I think Rolando, you were with me the last time you were watching him. He played fantastic. Some really fun stuff to entertain the fans. 30k, yeah. He has 330k on his Hendon. King taking that one down with the A7 of diamonds. What Didier says, it says 21k, but I can remember he made a 3-way deal, so I don't know. Oh no, it's fine. I just knew he had a big result, that's all. Didn't need you to go check it or anything. But thank you very much anyway. This is a huge, huge jam from the cutoff with Ace-Stein offsuit for Rolando. I think this is, needless to say, overkill. Didier says next weekend Didier will be at the final table, no deal. Best of luck, buddy. Let us know how you go. There's so much stuff coming up at Kings. Unbelievable. Just week in, week out, day in, day out. You know the drill by now. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com if you want to find out additional information. Over 3 betting the 3 mil with the ace 5 suited. Get Kingfish to release the same hand. Kingfish is going all in from the small. And Rafael is calling in the big with ace 8 off suit. Kingfish with 6-3 of diamonds. You call here from the ace 8, but it's probably just around that area with 8 remaining. Make an argument for folding with what's at stake, but it is a good opportunity for him to double up. Turn is the 9 of clubs, and the river is the 8 of diamonds. Rafael will double up to 27 bigs. The Benelux Classics is next weekend. Didier says if he makes the final table, he'll use an action man as my card protector just for me. I love it. Unbelievable. That way I'll know exactly who it is. Tell you what, Didier, you're reminding me now that I need to get more active after the last few weekends. Got to get that summer bod. Back to eating lots and lots of steak. High stakes. The Irish Open will do that to a man, Didier. Poker bod, yeah. Robert is going to raise the 2 mil with the ace-10 offsuit. Tommy says, come on, David. That says, commentator, whose play has been the most fun to watch this tournament? Hold on now. I'll get back to you in a moment about that. We had Vladimir Chovanovsky at the feature table last night, and he was entertaining. I'm telling you, you can't go wrong with Rolando Camardesi. Like, I love watching this guy. So far today, I would say Rolando. He says he played with Rolando a couple of times in the Netherlands. But you know me, I'm a sucker for these older contingent kind of players who have other tricks up their sleeves. Obviously, they wouldn't be the most GTO savvy or their sizings, but that's what makes it really interesting. They extract chips and extract value in different ways. Apocalypse is back in the house, says, good evening, lads and lasses, and happy Cody Rhodes Day. Brother to Lana Rhodes, of course. Oh, brilliant. And raises to 1.3 million. And Rolando in the big blind here with 8s. Apocalypse straight in there with the spoilers. I'm only joking. I don't know if I would have watched anyway, but I will watch highlights at some point. Okay, Rolando will call. Ace King 10 and Ben popping a set. Walker says ending Roman Reigns 1,360-day title reign is the most amazing, crazy, ridiculous match ever. Was Rolando Camardesi there? Didn't think so. As we are nearly 10 hours into the stream. Rolando is going to show from the small, and David has a pretty big hand in the big blind. But because Rolando has shoved so many bigs, it's over 20. I think Dave is just going to be forced to fold, even a hand as strong as ace 9 offsuit here. ICM, the computer would say no. Rolando is going to shove over the top of Robert here with the ace 10 of hearts. Pretty standard stuff on both sides. Sub 25 bigs. Rolando knows how wide Robert's going to be opening in the cutoff. And Kingfish is going to raise to 1.3 with ace 3 of spades after Rolando will take that last hand down. Sasa in the big with the a7 offsuit. And he will take that one down. Well, I hope you're enjoying your wrestling anyway. Good old quality wrestling. WrestleMania. I do see how it's got more popular than ever before, it seems. Still prefer my UFC if I had to pick one. The odd boxing fight, but not many. Sasa will complete his option in the small blind. Jack 8 offsuit. Ladislav in the big. Jack 10 offsuit. King A3 is the flop. Sasa is going to bet one big. And that looks like a raise from Ladislav. Raises 2.2 million. And for Sasa now, I don't really put Ladislav on too much King X here. I think we've got to call and reevaluate on the turn. If we are going to play our hand this way, perhaps not betting on the flop here and check calling with second pair is best. So Sasa will call. Remember, Sasa folded that epic fold earlier, folding tens. We're folding jacks on an 8-9-3 two-heart flop to Rolando. It was Rolando with the pocket tens. So Sasa is capable of making these huge folds. But maybe he is sick of doing so. And what what a run out it is for Ladislav. 6.2 million in the pot. Sasa in a world of hurt now. And it is disguised, but it is a bad river. 7 of hearts completing some straights, some flushes, some two pairs. I don't know what the right sizing is for Ladislav, considering stack to pot ratio is just about 1-to-1. Bet about 2.7, something around that area. That's 3.4. Seems like About the most you could hope to try to get calls. Back in the day now, I would just be using one size and shoving all in, but it's just way too much. We can clearly see not a good sizing to choose. So he does go for about half pot. Lassa does have the straight blocker to go with his pair of eights. Does have a jack blocker, blocks some flush draws that would have got there. Turn they go check, check. I think Sassa's just going to have to fold this one, giving it some consideration first. Sassa blocking the straight. Decides to just call on the river, and I think that's a pretty big mistake by Sassa. Of course, he can beat some hands, but that run out, not so great. That Jack of Hearts, though, as I aforementioned, does play into his decision making to call on the river. Not sure what you make of that one in the chat. Let me know. Sassa is all in from the cutoff of pocket fives. So the five's getting it through, and Robert taking down the blinds and antes then. Sasa is going all in once more, this time with King 7 of spades, and we'll take it down. Buckler says no more complaining about wrestling comments then, Dan. You could put Raw on TV while commentating tonight since it's ending so late here. I will give it a go, but I can't be doing that. Might get carried away. I might jump out the window with excitement, Apocalypse. But I don't want to use the word promise, but I assure you I will have a look into the shenanigans, shall we say. I'll be off for a day or two. Although I have a 2,000 word college assignment that I have neglected heavily, and now it is overdue and I have not started it, so that's what I'll have to be doing. So I'm not too sure what the crack is. Don't forget this week as well, folks, there's a lot of PLO action happening. I would hold the phone here, though. We've got Ladislav, the ace queen, Rafael with the ace 5 of clubs, Rolando shoving over the top with ace king suited, And I don't think Ladislav was going to be able to call this one, even with such a strong hand as ace queen. Orlando will take it down. Paying 20 million once more. Buckingham said he's half tempted to stay up to watch it live. Apparently they have some mental plans to move on to after WrestleMania. Robert raised 1.3 million in the hijack, and Sasa with King Queen off big blind wants to be rejamming this one. And he will rejam. And Robert's going to call this. Whoa. It's just about 10 bigs, just slightly under it. I think Robert should probably fold this combo. If it was suited, we could call, but the offsuit combo not going to play as well. It's not that big of a mistake. It's just seems like it's one or two bigs too many. Even though he does have all the chips. Nevertheless, Sasa set to double up here. 8-7-4 deuce is the board. River is the jack of spades. Big pot there for Sasa. Big moment for him with this FT with 8 players still remaining. There is an update of chip counts. And look how much chips are still in play. Robert with 66 bigs, Ben with 56, Rolando with 34, Ladislav 26, Rafael with 22 bigs, Sasa with 21, and just 2 players under 20 big blinds. We have a mystery bounty about to be pulled. It is Rob running over. Look, he's got €2,000 from one of them. And he's going again. Here we go. €600. So that's a €2,000 bounty for Robert and a €600 bounty for Robert. As the blinds have just gone up. 400k, 800k, 800k. Lots of shoves for 12 mil, which is 15 bigs on the button. Ace 4 off suit. So we'll take that one down with a shove. Sasa with the ace 10, the cut off. $17 pigs and the decision. We'll see people just jam from the cutoff off this stack depth with this exact kind of holding. Raphael not going to be able to call with the ace 9. Sasa in the hijack, 20 bigs, sevens. He's got a couple of shoves through now. What do you want to do with sevens? This actually might play best as a jam also. But with those extra few big blinds, it's going to min raise. And good thing he didn't jam there, although it looks like he's committed anyway. King, fish. It's a double up through Sasa. Sasa pocket sevens, kingfish with pocket tens. I didn't know Sasa was going to fold there. If he's going to call it off anyway, might as well just jam. I can't see the exact stack sizes behind. Probably his best course of action if he's going to call it off anyway. Nine, 6, 5 is the flop. 2 hearts. Turn is the deuce of spades. Just 4 outs now for Sasa as we hit the river. Kingfish looking like getting a chunky double up, and he does do just that now, playing over 20 mil. Vladislav is going to raise to 2.2 million with ace king off suit. The blinds and antes true. Bird says, good night, guys. I need to go to bed. You've been with us all day, Bird. Not a bother, boy. Thanks a million for all your help. Much appreciated. Rondo taking down another pot. Sasa is shoving from under the gun here with ace, 8 of diamonds. And this is going to get called by Ladislav, I think, this time. Sub 10 bigs. He has them covered. He's got 20 bigs himself. But he does get rid of his ace-jack, and it's a pretty big fold. Robert won't be folding ace-queen, surely. Might have got away with it. Had the ace-jack done something, but now can't be folding a hand as strong as this. Robert is going to 3-bet to 13 mil. Sassa's not going to like this. It is going to be all in and called. Here we go. 15.2 million in the pot. King 4 deuce. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Sassa needing help on the river, but it doesn't arrive. Roberts eliminates a player and is now playing 46 million. That means 7 players remain. GG. This is very important now, folks. There is 12 tickets, but we are on the ticket bubble. 6 of the tickets got pulled through the mystery bounty. 6 remain. We have 7 players remaining, so we are on the ticket bubble. I got that wrong earlier. Let's not get it wrong again. Current payout is €12,200. So the difference between 7th and 6th is the guts of €15,000. €3,800 and €10,350. So about 14.5 grand. Laser Gamer asks, are they play with real money? You better believe it. Here's the payouts in the chat for you, Laser. Welcome. By the way, Hedge says, what a fold with ace-jack. I think in a vacuum, that was a bad fold, but in a nutshell, it worked out very well for him. And look, we've got action here. Orlando raising to 1.7 million. Ben is all in on the button with ace jack suited. No pair, no draw, says real money, but the amounts are in tournament chips, not cash. Yes, very good. No pair, no draw. Thank you. Always want to welcome new viewers into the chat that might know. It is an important distinction. I probably should have made that distinction, so thank you. So this is one of the biggest bubbles you will find out there, especially from a €500 buy-in, €490 to be exact. So yeah, over 14 grand the difference, 7th and 6th. Rafael is going to jam over Ladislav. Ladislav making it 2 million to go with the king jack offsuit and the hijack. So it's going to be folding for this amount. Nice pick up there for the tens. Raphael with the ace-10 off suit with 18 bigs. Not even going to open that one. I think he should be opening that one. Having said that, what's at stake? Maybe just best to let it go. David on the button here with 8 bigs, king-7 off suit. Might want to shove this one. Blinds and antes through. I feel like it was suited to be a bit better. Does let it go and bend now in the small. Gonna shove on the big. And Ladislav with Jack-9 of diamonds. We'll let it go. Red Luigi says, must be a bubble going on. Everyone's in it. Indeed. If there was ever a time to be in it, it's now. Raphael raises to 2.5 million under the gun with the ace-jack of spades. Well, there's the 10k bubble bucket list, but then there's the €3,800 pay jump also. So it's basically a 14k difference between 7th and 6th. Ladislav shoving from the button. His turn to get it through with the ace jack. Down the blinds and antes. David undergun +1 with 8 bigs, ace 8 offsuit. Blinds are about to hit him, so he does decide to wallop it across the line. Kingfish is going to shove over the top, and look at this. What the hell is going on here? This is some cooler. Raphael with the 2 black ladies. Here we go, folks. This is going to be the biggest flip of this tournament. And I believe David needs to fold now and keep his 3 bigs. That's what these situations are for, right? Now he gets away from it. Okay, this is a very exciting flip. Raphael Dahan with 2 black ladies, King Fish with the ace and the king. 35.6 million in this pot up for grabs. Big coin flip. Not anymore. Raphael has flopped the set. That's just about going to do it. Turn is the 10 of hearts. A Jeffrey and a Jeffrey only. Kingfish is going to be left with about 2 big blinds. 3 big blinds maybe. 2. And they're just going to do the count here, but Raphael leaving Kingfish with 2 bigs. And let's not forget, David is going to have 3 mil, which is just under 4 big blinds. We could cut the tension with a knife. It's getting edgy out there, folks. There is the update of the chip counts. Robert with 63 bigs, Ben with 46, Raphael with 45, Orlando with 21, Ladislav with 15 bigs. David and King are going to fight it out in 6th and 7th place, playing 4 bigs and 2 big blinds. Robert in the small. 6s. I think he just wants to rip. Goes rip. Orlando will let it go. All the time says, ouch, standard flip. Yeah, super standard stuff, all right. You have to win them ones. But believe it or believe it not, you could maybe make an argument for folding 10s and jacks. I don't think you can fold queens plus in that spot. But I would probably let go of a hand as strong as ace king. I would rather stack off with the queens than ace king, because both of our opponents can have an ace in their hand, and then chances of us winning that flip are higher. King is all in under the gun here with ace 9 of spades. Raphael 3-betting to 4.5 mil with the ace-5 offsuit, offering protection. And Robert in the hijack says that he has 10-3 offsuit. I presume those graphics are incorrect, folks. Ace Queen is going in the muck. Surely Robert has 10s. I don't think this is going to be correct with the 10-3 offsuit. Here we go. Kingfish all in with the ace-9 of spades. Looks like Raphael is going to fold. And let's have a look. And if Robert does indeed have 10s, a golden opportunity considering most of the aces are gone. But he does have 10-3 offsuit. And Kingfish flops enough flush. I don't really know what's going on there. I don't have an explanation for you, chat, before Twist question mark start going mad. I've seen it all now. Perhaps it's just because there was so much dead money out there. You wanted to offer protection. Obviously a very accomplished player. Not the time to be loosey-goosey at the table eating a sandwich. Robert will raise the 1.8 million. The Kingfish will fold. Oh, maybe I have a theory. Maybe he wanted to do that with the 10-3 to keep the dynamic going. Remember, I've talked about this on the channel before. This is 1.5 million all in. And then knowing that when his opponent makes a 4.5 mil, that he can't continue without an unbelievably strong hand. So when Robert raises, if he doesn't knock his opponent out with 10-3, then so be it. He can keep the dynamic going and keep raising willy-nilly. That is the only explanation that I have there, folks. Also, there is the small matter of the bounty. So all things considered, if he can get heads up with all that extra dead money out there, he can win himself an extra bounty. Mr. Livio saying fold there, King 10 for 2 big blinds. There's a lot going on here. There is tiny, tiny stacks remaining. I need to see the updated chip counts. I wasn't expecting to see King 10 get folded there. And now Jack's folding also. There's a lot to unpack there, guys. Jacks are folding there with 5 bigs because there is a guy who has 1 big blind. That's why, see, David has 1 big. So Jacks would have to go in the muck. Bammy and Ferry saying WTF, he folds Jacks and they clearly want to tick it badly. Now David is going to just call. Under the gun +1 with the Queen 8 offsuit. And it enables the chip leader to pretty much raise any 2. So Robert is going to do it again. 8.8 million to go. Knowing Raphael can't do anything. Knowing David has to stack off. And if Robert doubles up David, then so be it. You can keep the dynamic going. And he does have 2 live cards. Here we go. 4.4 the pot. Ace 10 deuce is the flop. See, this doesn't hurt Robert at all if he loses this hand. If anything, he can just keep pounding at the table. Turns the jack of diamonds. He is laughing his head off. Robert's gone. 4 on the river. David will treble up. What a bubble we are watching here, folks. This is sick stuff. Yeah, guys, anyone that's talking about this in the chat extensively, he knows exactly what he's doing. Robert's gone. He's made shitloads online. He's won loads live. All he's to do is keep pounding. Robert shoves it. Rolando folds it. You're seeing hands like ace queen go in the muck, jacks go in the muck, because it's such a huge bubble. fours for Raphael. He should not even be getting involved here. I don't like this open from the cutoff at all. There's just no need. He's got the guts of 30 bigs. Just doesn't need to open fours here. And Orlando got a decision here. Got to fold his king jack just in case. David folds. Wow, lads, this is a really unique bubble we're watching here. I mean, it's not super unique. It's just not often you see something like this on TV. Interesting to see how this is going to end. King is all in, had enough. He's got the jacks, 4 bigs. Gotta go. Rolando obviously has to get rid of his ace-8. I say obviously, I mean it is for less than 4 bigs. It's just there's going to be a few shorties after this bubble, that's for sure. And Ben is going to gamble for 2.9 million more. It doesn't even seem like it's great from Ben, but he does have all the chips to call here. He can still call and have 30 bigs behind. Close to 40 bigs behind. 6-4-4 is the flop. King looking good for a double here. Turn is the 8. River is the 8. Nice double up there for the jacks. Apocalypse says heading to bed now. See you in 8 hours when they're down to heads up. Oh, we love it. We love it, Apocalypse. 10 more hours. Thanks for joining us and thanks for your help. Rest up, Buttercup. King 8 from Robert, and he is going to raise to 1.8 mil. And what is going on here? Robert raising to 1.8 mil. David is going to call on the button. I don't even know what David's meant to do here. I don't think he should be stacking off. Perhaps he's just way too short now. And has to. Definitely knows what he's doing. Don't want to criticize too much. Got a Slav with the Jack 8 offsuit. 1 million for him to call. I just wouldn't even be getting involved if I was Ladislav here. And Babas wants to know why not stacking off. He has 3 big blinds. Well, someone might bust before him. But as I said, I kind of changed my mind that perhaps he just has to call it off anyway. Because Robert's range is so wide. But if you want to get into... If you're going to say Robert's range is so wide, then you mightn't have 2 live... Your opponent's going to have 2 live cards. Which isn't good for us. Here's ace jack. And Robert's going to bet 1 big. And David's going to have to call. And Ladislav does have a jack. Going to have to call too. He decides to fold. Because of the pressure. And Robert could be set to eliminate David in 7th place. 7.8 million in this pot. Turn is a 10. Now it looks like David is going to double up Ansem. River is the 7. I really feel like Ladislav should call. Once he calls pre, has to call 1 on the flop there. Wow. And the beat goes on. This is insane stuff. And look at his face. It says it all. And Rafael with the king queen under the gun. I'd way prefer to open there than the pocket 4s in the cutoff. Robert can just keep pounding. What a funny bubble this has been so far. What is going to happen next? Anyone else want to double up while they're at it? Robert raising the 1.8 mil. Benedito. Getting out of the way. Kingfish is going to call for a mil more with the 9-8 of hearts. King 6-4 is the flop. And Robert just needs to bet like 1.8 mil, 1 mil, whatever he wants really. King can't hang around unless he has a hand. Another pot goes to Robert. Robert under the gun. Going to keep applying the pressure with the king 10 off suit. Rolando is going to call. I don't think he should be calling. Not against Robert. Just leave it. Just let it go. Just shorter stacks. How's this bubble going to end? Rolando does have the dominating hand. 6-7 deuce is the flop. Robert can just do what he wants here. Get like 1.6 mil. That's for bet at 1.4. Robert takes down another pot. All of this plays into Robert's hands. Ladislav in the cutoff. He's going to go with his eights. And, oh wow. Rafael 3-betting to 10 mil from the small blind with pocket kings. This could be a folk. 16 million in the pot. Rafael 84% equity to eliminate Ladislav in 7th place. Robert has earned a chunk of change from this dynamic going on and on. Jack 6-7 is the flop. Turn is a queen. 1-8 left in the deck. It's the 4 of hearts. Ladislav has been eliminated. He will be kicking himself later that he didn't call on the flop there for one big with the jack. That's going to do it, folks. Look at those graphics in the back, that midnight blue. Lovely stuff at the King's Resort. We're going on a break. We're going to come back. We're going to be 6-handed. All players have guaranteed that ticket for themselves. Don't go anywhere. That was absolute madness. God knows what's going to happen next. I will see you all in a few moments.
2 chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and Jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Okay. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're gonna bet turn to then snap fold a self-inflicted wound.
Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at King's. That may be a a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule
No.
venti. Is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small, showed the ace-king. Obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited. We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kuru's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go.
I know, but
Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot
46 left, main event.
with action behind, like
минимум дамы. Минимум дамы, не годится. I know. Никогда. Просто don't know about that. Здорово.
Well, comments aside, we're going to play for 760.
Look at the class. Kura's giving it, by the way. Kind of just like, hey pal, be careful who you make enemies of.
Paired flop, presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen, and the 9 on the turn. A dagger delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better.
All right, lads. First hand back. Robert shoving on Rolando. 6-4 offsuit. Rolando with the ace queen. 21 million in the pot. 9-6-7 is the flop. Rolando set to double up here. Unless Robert gets lucky. Oh, he did. He hit the 6, but the turn is the queen. Lady going to save Rolando. It looks like I missed that he had a pair on the flop there. It's been such a exhilarating day. Rolando with 21 big blinds now. Small blind is now $500,000. Big blind is now $1 million with a 1 million running big blind ante. $500,000, 1 mil, 1 mil. Still 6 remaining. Hope you all took a breather there. Done a bit of meditating after that bubble. That was insane stuff. Frail raising to 2.5 mil from the cutoff with the King Jack of diamonds. David has found aces in the big blind with just 6 bigs. Close to 7. Rafael is going to be priced in, of course, and we have another situation on our hands where Rafael has the opportunity to eliminate a player, but he just has King Jack suited against David's aces. And what a moment this will be for David, considering he had one big blind on more than one occasion and has battled back strong. 15 bigs in this pot up for grabs. Here we go. It is King Queen 9. David not out of the woodwork yet, but still is a 2-1 favourite as we head to the turn. Turn is the deuce of spades. River is the 5 of spades, so David will get a much needed double up. And the spin is on for David. As Bammy says, Shorty can't lose, it seems. And Red Luigi says, frickin' ads, right the best part. You're going to see a load of shorties double up now, is my prediction. King Fish with 2 black jacks, all in for 5.6 bigs, under the gun. At least it's easy to know exactly how many big blinds people have right now. Ben, he did call 4 bigs with the 9-6 offsuit. This is a little bit different. It's 5.6 total. Does have 2 invested, but I feel like he should be folding for nearly 6 bigs. Does decide he's got too much invested and is going to call. It's not the worst in the world. And now this is a golden opportunity for Kingfish to double up. It is ace-ace-9. Start for Ben. Needs a 9. Turn is to 4 spades. And the river is the 4 clubs, so King will now be playing close to 13 mil. And Ben playing 23. As someone says, he's playing blackjack all day. I think both players in that hand are blackjack. This guy looks like he'd been card dealing for quite some time. Robert is going to raise. Rolando is going to shove. This is a very wild shove from Rolando. He just doesn't want Robert getting away with taking all of his spots. This is the way Rolando will play. And normally, this would be an unreal spot for Kingfish to go for it here with ace-jack suited, but the ICM pressure is just too strong. He did just double up with jacks as well. Does let it go. And Robert lets it go. Orlando now playing 25 bigs. We do have an all-in and call. Rolando with the opportunity to eliminate Kingfish with his ace-king against Kingfish's ace-queen. Here we go. 25.4 million in this pot. Ace-jack-8. Good start for Rolando. Kingfish needing help now. Needs a lady fast. Turn is the 10 of hearts, giving Kingfish additional equity. He's all the way up to 36% now. River is the 8 of clubs. Rolando will be delighted with that. We lose Kingfish in 6th place. All the time says GG. Yeah, GG indeed. He will take home that 10k ticket. Just looking for the payouts here. We get a nice sizable sum of cash, 16,000 euro. So over 26,000 including that 10k ticket. Not a bad payday at all. Sergeant Psychotic says yo yo yo. Yo yo yo. Luigi wants to know how many shekels is that. Enough to buy a boat so you can sail and plunder. You go a bit mad when you're close to 12 hours into the stream. Sure, you know that anyway. Robert in the small jack, 8 of clubs, 50 bigs. He can no longer bully Rolando as much, but it's not going to stop him from raising. He's going to raise to 3.5 mil. Concurrent is back in the house. All the time, loves laughing at me, but I don't mind. We're here to have fun. And 2.1 million is the bet from Robert on the King 6-6. Now Rolando most likely has the best hand here. He is wasting no time in raising. He is going to raise all the way to 7 million. And Rolando will take that one down. He's not having it. He's not having it against Robert anymore. Putting a stop to that nonsense. He needs to be careful doing that though, because yes, he can have the best hand the majority of the time with ace high there, but there's no need for him to really raise. He could just call. But I will say when he does that, then it puts a stop to Robert doing it the next time. All the time says, long day and night for you and me, and concurrent says only 7 more hours to go. Surely the blinds will be a few million at that stage. Great to see. Am I still tuning in at this late hour in the day? And it ain't over yet. So much action yet to come. Still so many blinds in play. There is the updated chip count. No one's short anymore. Even David has 15 bigs. Ben with 23. Rafael with 29. Rolando 45. And Rolando has now almost took the chip lead, nipping away at Robert's heels after that last hand. And it is all to play for here. Rolando raised it to Mill in the cutoff with the 8-6 of spades. Ben is going to 3-bet to 7.7 mil from the small blind. Rolando really wants to play that 8-6 suited, it looks like. But Rolando will eventually release. Our current ask is the bounty data outdate. I would say so. I'm not really sure what bounties are left. To tell you the truth, I don't like Raphael's sizing here from the small blind with queen 9 offsuit. Robert can just flick it in all day, especially a man of Robert's caliber in position for just one big blind more. I do remember looking at the clock the last time that there was one 6,000 euro bounty still available. So hopefully that information is of some use to you concurrent. I'm just going to call 2.4 here on the ace 10-7. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Current says that they come out of my mouth. Well, no. Not particularly. I got data and outdated mixed up. Queen clubs hits the riv. And Rafael now has the best hand, 9.8 million in the pot. Both players probably happy to go to showdown. That's what happens. And the Queen 9 getting there will take it down. Robert shakes his head. And the world keeps on spinning. All the way around to Robert on the button with ace-2 soft suit. And he raised to 2.2 million. David with the 9-6 of hearts, Robert with the ace deuce. 9-7. David has the best of it here. Robert going to bet 2 mil, and does David just want to protect his hand? Maybe he just calls, considering he's got backdoor hearts, but he does only have 11.4 bigs total behind. Perhaps with a different 9, he would just jam. His call, turn his deuce of clubs. This concurrent says Robert plays aggressive. Yeah, he does. But on this turn, I think he just wants to be checking. Does check. Back to pot ratio is 1-1. Looks like David is going to go for really, really small value. Going to bet 1.1 mil. Robert is not going to pay the man. Let's it go. David in small blind here with ace-3 of clubs, 18 bigs. Just decides to shove on his opponent in the big blind. And Ben going to fold. Robert going to raise to 2 mil with king 10 of clubs, and Ben with pocket sixes, 24 bigs and a small blind. I think he's just going to be re-jamming this one the majority of the time. Remember, we are 5-handed now. So under the gun is the hijack. Ben decides to just call. Don't mind just calling here. Could be a bit too much to be shoving, to be honest. And on ace queen 5 here, Robert going to bet 2.1 million, and that's going to be the end of that. He's back to 42 mil and change. David going to raise in the cutoff of kings. Uh-oh. We've got action. This is a sick, sick cooler. Robert with the ladies, David with the kings. And remember, David had one big blind not so long ago. Insane. That if the big blind had a call of jack that time for one big, David will be eliminated now. But as it stands, we're about to have a huge cooler on our hands, and David will basically become the chip leader if this goes the way it's supposed to. Three bet comes to the tune of 7 mil. David moves all in. David shoves it, Robert calls it. 44 million in this pot now. Here we go. Robert needing a lady fast. Jack 6-4 comes off. 2 clubs. David looking very good now as the turn is the 5 of diamonds. Suddenly Robert going to be down to 20 bigs. And David going to be all the way up to 44. Insane spin up from David, who unbelievable. He's all in by default, then he has to stack off with the Queen 10. Just excited, yeah. I was waiting to see the emotion. About time. And now David can really put those chips to work. He's going to raise with the pocket 4s. I'm going to raise to 2.2 million. Raphael is going to call the 2.2 million with pocket 7s. Ben with the king 9 of clubs. And on king, queen 7, we've got action. Ben betting 2.5 mil. And Raphael with the set. It's going to be betting a call, and the turn is the 3 of spades. It's going to be tough for Ben not to go broke here. Checks, and Raphael wants to bet an amount that sets up a river jam with 12 million already in the pot. Shouldn't be too hard to do that. Wants to bet around anything around 5 mil. Doesn't want to bet too big. I'd bet even 4. Sets up 4.5. That sets up a 14 million river jam. That seems a bit too chunky for my liking. Wow. Ben away from it because of the larger sizing. I expected to see Ben call there though. Perhaps it has a read on his opponent. Remember, we are playing 5-handed. It's a really good, strong fold this time, but maybe in a vacuum, not so much. Rolando with the ace-10 off suit, raised to 2.5 mil. Ben in the big. 8-7 off suit, and the decision. King 5 deuce is the flop. Rolando can just, I was going to say he can bet small, but he's just going to go for it all, take the pot away from his opponent. Current says he puts the glasses on, he calls or raises. Bear that in mind. David is going to raise the 2 mil with the ace queen off suit. Raphael is going to call in the small. And Robert now wants to shove this one, I believe. Let's go for the shove for 21.2 mil with the pocket eights. I don't see David getting away from this, but perhaps he want to lose half his stack here. Surely ace queen just going to be too strong. Does go for it. This is going to be a huge flip. Either Robert is going to be back as the chippy, or David is going to have 55.4 million. Lady in the window. Probably a 3 and a deuce, and it's not looking pretty for Robert to survive this one. Just 2 eights left in the deck. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Here is the 4 diamonds. Robert has been eliminated in 5th place. And lads, has to be said once again, they going back from fumes, maybe even 3 times, is now your overwhelming chip leader with 4 players remaining. There you have it, folks. David with 68 bigs, Rolando 42, Raphael with 32, and Ben with 15. A lot of chips in play. David is approaching half the chips left. He's got 44% at the moment. Nice score for Rob. Surely he will be disappointed in that one, considering he was steamrolling EFT for quite some time. Ace, King, Jack is the flop here. Turn is an ace. And this one is just going to be a chop and coming on the river. All the time says very great to watch with Dan on the mic and all in chat. Thanks very much. Really appreciate your comment. I've seen a few comments coming in there about him putting the glasses on, but it makes sense that if he's going to get involved, he's going to call a race. Corn says, yeah, without Dan, it is super quiet streams. Sometimes it's okay to go quiet for a moment or two. King 582 hearts is the flop, and we have a bounty. And look at that. Nice. €6,000 for Robert. A little bit of a consolation prize. That's a nice little touch, considering he just got knocked out. Concurrent says, yeah, but an entire day quiet is, yeah, it can be meh. All right out there. You're going to be spoiled for action now the next 2 months. You're always spoiled for action anyway, but Raphael under the gun here, ace-10 of clubs. What do you make of these mystery bounties? They definitely provide a lot of entertainment and a lot of action. This is only the second one that I've ever commentated on. Very interesting format nonetheless. I presume none of you are still in the Sunday Million anyway. Looks like fantastic tourney. David will take it down with the ace fades. David now playing 74 million, which is good for 74 big blinds. Unbelievable stuff. What a level or two it's been for him. Aces on the bouton for Raphael. 2.4 million to go. Oh dear. Just as I say it, David destroying this table. He could be about to lose half his stack here. He's going to 3-bet to 8 mil. And perhaps a tell there from how strong Rafael was or is. He didn't really think much about that. Feigning interest. 10-9-3 is the flop. David might have picked up on that, and Rafael is just going to shove. Oh, wow. And now, ladies and gentlemen, David might get away with losing just 8 big blinds here with Ace King, which is incredible considering he could have lost 30. What a move. What a man. Rafael confirming the rest of the table's suspicions, which he should not do. Nice ball there from David, losing the minimum. Obviously not his flop, but still needs to be acknowledged. Lost more. Cryptic Gaming is back in the house, says nice. What's up, Cryptic Gaming? David, Ace Jack of Spades. Cryptic Gaming putting in a message that wasn't for the chat. We've all been there, buddy. Oh, I didn't know what the hell you were on about there. Very funny. And Rafael suddenly building traction after winning that hand with the aces. Still 28 big blind lead or so for David. The other two players struggling a little bit. Especially Ben. That looks like sub 10 big blind territory in and around. Rolando. Pocket nines. Just going to call. Especially with Ben under 10 bigs. There's the payouts in the chat there. Taylor Coster. 3.7 million of a bet there, and a call from David. And 10 million now is the bet from Rolando. This is interesting from Rolando. I think David has to call once more, but he's not going to like it. It'll be tough to get away from this. But perhaps Rolando just has 7 or something of that magnitude. He is going to call a second time, as I predicted. Here we go, guys. 36.5 million in this pot as we hit the river. River is the 6 of spades. They're basically playing for stacks here. Orlando's going to shove, and David is going to most likely get away from his hand now. I wouldn't blame him if he did call, but I just think how quick Rolando shoved there. It just doesn't seem too bluffy to me. Now, having said all that, we have seen Rolando make some bluffs in rapid time in the past. Funny the concurrent is saying, calling him Orlando. He's already dreaming about taking the pot from David, yeah. Vegas and the Mirage. Whatever the Italian version of that is. David hates it, but wants to realise he has to make the fold there. And Orlando now going to have a heap of extra change. It's a nice pot. Wafers from David there. Concurrent says auto mod blocks his name. Insane. I have no idea why that's happening. Couldn't tell you. 4 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum. Basically €25,000. What a payout it is for these 4 remaining competitors. Raphael is going to bet 0.7 million here on the ace queen 7-2 club flop. David is going to call. And the blinds have just gone up. We are playing 1 hour blinds still. Blinds are now 600k, 1.2 million, 1.2 million. Raphael is going to bet 4.8 million here. And David now in another tough decision. Having said all that, I feel like he's getting too good of odds to not see the river here. Does call. River is the 8 of spades now. Raphael has to know he can't win by checking. That board getting scarier and scarier, and David is going to win a nice pot. Yeah, Raphael just deciding he had to give up then. 2 streets was enough. And guys, this 4-handed affair is starting to even out. Apart from the shorty, of course. Orlando will take it down with his pocket nines. David takes down blinds and antes with the queen 8. Ace 10 8 is the flop here. David with the king 9. Rolando with the queen 9. David is going to bet 2.2 mil, and Rolando is not going to look at a turn card. Not liking those two spades out there. And Rafael with the ace 5 of hearts. 22 bigs. 2.5 mil to go. Takes it down. So Ben is all in here. Eight 7-5 is the flop. Rolando with the king 5 is in the lead. Hitting a pair of fives. 12.4 million in this pot. Ben needing help. Gets some form of that with the form of an open-ended straight draw on the turn with the 10 of hearts. And the river. River is the 3 of diamonds. We will say goodbye to Ben in 4th place. Good run for Ben. Concurrent wants to know, why does everyone in poker always mess with their chips? They got to do something, yeah. Riffling your chips is very contagious and addictive. We do lose Ben, but he does get a very nice score for himself. 24,700 euro and that 10k ticket. That means we have 3 players remaining now. Dale says somebody needs to get these guys some fidget spinners. I love it, yeah. I did see somewhere, and you can Google it if you want, they have decided to ban chip riffling at the World Series of Poker this year in Vegas. Now, unless it was a troll account, pretty sure it was a legit site. I seen it the other day. I did not read much into it. I was in a hurry. I was going somewhere. But interesting to see what you think of that. Apparently, it's not good for your ears. Concurrent says it must have been on April Fool's Day. It actually might have been. That's very possible. I didn't even think of that. Look at this. Rolando and David, not too much separating them. And then Rafael is in third place with 25 bigs. I actually Googled it there, and it seems like it's on 4 different sites, but I don't have time to read anything like that right now. You can Google it yourself. David is going to raise to 3.6 million with 9-3 clubs. Going to keep applying the pressure to the big blind here. I think that should be the strategy. Doesn't want to get tangled up with Rolando. All players have locked up a minimum of €34,000 now. Concurrent says article is removed from poker.org. So April Fool's was uploaded 8 days ago. Brilliant. I'm an idiot. I'm sure you knew that about me anyway. I did say when I was mentioning it that I just came across something was probably a trick, but they got me good because I shouldn't have even mentioned until I verified it. So, ha 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 ha. Rolando. 9-7 offsuit is going to complete. Okay, it makes sense now. Concurrent says deliberate manipulation of poker chips and presumes sound over 40 decibels. Yeah, as if they have a lot of people out there measuring. And Rolando is going to 3-bet here to 11.2 million. Looking very serious. I was going to say, you could rip it in Rolando's face here with ace-5 of diamonds, but it would be probably a bit reckless. Definitely want to continue anyway, and he does continue, and flop comes ace-6-3. €200 is the booty. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Look at the size of this pot. Rolando is now going to check, and David is now going to check. Rolando now with a pair of 9s. I actually wouldn't have been surprised to see Rolando shove that turn. Picking up an open ender, but he just doesn't want to bust before the shortest stack left in the field. David would probably be happy to just win this one. David now playing over 100 million. This is ideal for David. He is going to be able to apply maximum pressure to second and third place because they have a similar-ish chip stack. David betting 1.2 million on the 8-5 deuce is going to get Rafael to call with the jack-9 of clubs. Turn is the 6 of spades. Turn's going to go check, check, and the river is the 3 of spades. And E4 now makes it straight. David checks. Rafael bet 2.5 mil. And David will give respect and let it go. I don't know about giving it respect, but not going to call with Jack High. Red Luigi wants to know what happened to the guy who was chip leader 25 minutes ago. Well, I assure you that was definitely not 25 minutes ago. But Robert ran into some difficulties. David had one big blind. He had less than $1 million at one point. I think he was all in by default, had 800k behind. Rafael is going to shove from the small blind. David is going to call him off here with nines, and we are off to the races. David is either going to win this 60 million chip pot, or things are going to be evened out a little bit more. Here we go. It is 854. That is a great start for David. Rafael needing help, doesn't get it on the turn, but he does pick up a straight draw. 10 outs can save Rafael as we hit the river. River is a deuce. I do not believe it. Wow. Most runner. That's going to even things out majorly. Granted, it was a flip, but it came in horrific fashion for David. Sometimes you just got to pay the man. David with a screen. Dale gets out of the way, and look at this. Rolando is going to re-jam. Dave's going to snap him. We've got action. 50 million in this pot. Rolando fist bumps his opponent, and Rolando Camardesi needing help here. Here we go. 8-5 deuce. Rolando needing a king and needing a king quick. This will be sick for David, having just lost a massive pot. Turn is the 3 of spades. Orlando needing help on this river, just 7%. It is the Jack of diamonds. We lose the fan favourite. Wow, he's such a fun player to commentate on. You got a special place in my heart for this man. I love commentating on him. Rolando Camardes has been eliminated in 3rd place. So entertaining. Hopefully see him again soon. That means we are going on a 15-minute break, folks. We're going to get this heads-up battle commenced for your viewing pleasure. Put a ribbon on this thing, and one of these players will be your champion. Will it be David Hu? Will it be Rafael Dahan? Find out soon enough. We'll be right back.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand!
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks.
So forgiving.
Can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy's just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack v +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with ace queen. Only king, jack, heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of hearts, jack of hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290, the fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio, obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the ace, jack, ace, king of hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace on his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace-queen in the spot as played. You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final two tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these three diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, it's gone pretty big, 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk. of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre. Off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot. 4 poodle. And Vela down to dust, Ali.
Alrighty, folks, I'm back just in time to see a 4.5 million river bet as a bluff here from David, which is going to get raised from Rafael Dahan. That's a pretty nice bluff that he gets through. Nice to get that one through. Red Luigi asks, can they make a deal? They cannot. Who's still with me in the chat? Who's here for this final heads up battle? Or just heads up battle? I don't know if it's the final one. My money's on David. It's going to be hard to beat this man coming back from one big blind. Current is still with me, as is tradition, and all the time. Fast becoming two of the most popular regs that I see anyway in the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Always waiting in the wings, especially past midnight. I forget where you said you were from, but I presume it's something got to do with the time zone, that you're always here this hour on the Monday night, and it's great. Great to have some support when it is 3:35 a.m. at Kings. Players must be so tired right now, having played for so many days. Raphael are going to bet 2.5 mil here on the Queen 6-4. Raphael with the best of it here. David bets 3.5 mil. Raphael calls, and there's 18 million in the pot now. Three of Hearts hitting the river. All the time tells me I knew one of you was from the USA. I don't think Concurrent is, if I remember correctly. He's just a bit of a night owl. 8:37 p.m. in Missouri. Makes all the sense in the world to me. That's a lot of yellow chips now for the contender. The chicken contender. One of these players is going to win over 89 grand, basically 100 grand including the ticket. And that's not including all these mystery bounties. A7-3 is the flop. And suddenly, folks, this is becoming a very even affair as the volatility of heads-up battles. These players only have about 10 bigs separating them now. Concurrent says it's 2:37, living in Portugal, but I'm officially Dutch. Yeah, I remember you telling me you were Dutch, all right. It is the same time here, 2:37. Well, 2:38 now. And Frisbee says commentator fell asleep 3 hours ago. Well, you're only joining us now, so that's only your opinion, sir. Says you've been on and off. Well, fair play to you. Well done. Queen 8, Jack 9, 3 is the board. Raphael with the flush. Let's take down another pot. And Raphael with another strong heads up. Ace 9 off suit with 60 bigs. David with 2 pair. David will win that one. Now playing 90 mil. Nice to know that you believe in me, Friscosaur. Thanks for your comments, buddy. David with the Jack 6, 76 bigs deep. You can't kill a bad thing, isn't that what they say? Raphael is going to call with the King 4. Flop is Ace Jack 6. That would be the end of that. Raphael with the 6-4 off suit here playing 50 bigs. Dave's going to check his option. Flop is 988. David with a straight draw. Raphael just with 6 high. Checks back. Turn is the ace of clubs. River is the king of hearts. Incredible stuff. The both players have already locked up €48,700, 10k ticket. I'm sure they have a few bounties apiece. Looks like they've got 3 cards in front of them. And David ace 10 of clubs here. Monster hand heads up is going to open on the button to 2.5 mil. Raphael is going to call in the big with king 7 offsuit. 9-8 deuce is the flop. David takes that one down with the C-bet. Raphael is going to raise with the 9-4 of spades. David is going to defend with the 9-7 of clubs. (9-5-3), and Raphael could lose some chips here. David with the better kicker. 3 million is the bet. Hard to make a pair at any stage, let alone heads up. David is going to try get additional value right here, right now. Like this from David. Raised to 8.5 mil. Raphael not going to be going anywhere just yet. Will call for the additional 5.5. This pot starting to get bloated now. 23.2 million. Turn is a juicy one. The 4 clubs, 2 pair now for Raphael, and David with a club flush draw to go with his top pair. One of the spiciest turn cards we could see, really. A lot of chips could go in here, folks. David's going to check. Going into check call mode, most likely. $8.5 million is the bet. I was going to say that David might just check jam because he's got so much equity. Doesn't want to risk some bad rivers. Go and check, get the money in now. But this pot has spiraled out of control. 112 million now. That's the 60-40. Very lucky turn for Raphael. David could be down to 36 bigs if he doesn't hit this river. Here we go. Biggest pot of the tournament by a landslide so far. River is the deuce of diamonds, and Rafael getting very lucky on that turn card. Holding, and now is the overwhelming chip leader with 94 big blinds. Don't forget, folks, we are back next weekend as well. We're back every weekend. We might even have some PLO this week. Be sure to check out all the additional information on the website www.kingsresort.com. Benelux Classics is next weekend for sure. Bronto, Concurrent all the time. Everyone else been tuning in the last hour or two. Thank you one more time. All the moderators that make this channel so great. The production. Kings, of course. David opening with the Queen Tree of Clubs. This one far from over, of course, with David now. After taking a hit, it's not his first rodeo. He knows the crack. Just needs to remain composed. He has so many beastly results. Not going to phase him. Dylan 2008 as well. While I'm here, just y'all know who you are by now. Deuces for Rafael. He's played very well in a few spots. Has to be said, he's rebounded nicely. And no matter what happens, David can't complain too much considering he had 800k. Now has 44.8 million. Red Luigi as well, of course, has been there for the last few hours. What's up, Red? You too, buddy. Deuces never loses, he says. Thanks for your comment, Concurrent. Jack 8. David is going to bet 4.5. And Rafael wasting 0 time, shoving all in with his pair. David hates this, but there's nothing he can do. Just going to have to let it go. David on the button. King 5 off suit. 2.5 mil to go, and Rafael is probably just going to stuff it on him. Yeah. A lot of chips to shove there, but probably his best option. Sub 30. Seems like a lot. It's a nice hand to do it with. Those A6, A7, Ace8 offsuit combinations don't play too well when they're called, but they don't really play too well post flop, out of position. Oh, this could be it, guys. Rafael is going to limp. David is going to bump it up. And I see this all going in. I don't think David is going to be in any mood to fold. Nor should he really, with a hand as strong as Ace-4 suited heads up. Here we go. This could be it. 60 million in this pot, but it's going to double up to a chunky 50 big stack, or it's all going to be over. We've got action, and it could be action for the last time tonight. 70-30 for Rafael to take down this title here and now. Six, 3-3. Well, now we have a lot of opportunities. Six outs as we see the turn. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Open ender now for David. 17 outs as we hit the river. Too many outs. It's the 10 of spades. And Rafael, the hand is your EPM Mystery Bounty champion. What a day of poker action it's been. What a fun final table that was to commentate on, especially that ticket bubble that lasted for ages. So many interesting spots to dissect. Thank you to everyone who tuned. I'm going to get out of here quickly. I'm going to sleep now for about a day. I will talk to you all next weekend. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. That is your champion for over €100,000. Wait, they're actually going to pull some mystery bounties. I'll wait for a moment. I do believe Jake's got the 6,000 bounty And 200 bounties. The champ is going to pull 2 bounties. Right, folks, for now I'm going to say him a goodbye. Let you watch the champ lift his trophy. Commiserations to second place. Although, what an unbelievable run. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.